I'd like to call the meeting of the Public Schools of Robertson County on May the 11th to order at this time. Mr. Brewer, before you give the invocation, think about a week or so ago, we lost a child, Ezekiel McCoy, who was a fifth grader at Carroll Middle due to a car accident. And we just asked for a moment of silence for him, and then if you would, lead us in the invocation.
Let us pray. Our dear gracious Heavenly Father, we come at this time, dear Lord, we ask that you be with this governing body as we make tough decisions that makes decisions here, dear Lord, that impacts all of our students, our staff, our district as a whole. We ask that you plant in our heart and our minds the right words, the right decision-making process, that we make decisions for the betterment of the children of Robertson County schools. And we ask that you remember those as they go out through the summer. Hopefully our kids will continue to be fed. They will continue to get an education, be taken care of. In your heavenly name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Folks, before we adopt the agenda, I would like to ask that we add right under information items, Ms. Mabel Revels, who was a longtime administrator and worker in the school system. She received the Order of the Longleaf Pine last week in a ceremony at Magnolia. And the family did ask that because of her work in education that we be part of the tape and show it here tonight. And so what I'd like to do is add that to the agenda at the very beginning. Do I have a motion to add that?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Gentry, second by Mr. Brewer. So that'll be right under information items. Do I have a motion for the adoption of the agenda?
I make such motion.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Brewer and second by Mr. Lawson to adopt the agenda. So at this time, Mr. Cole, I would ask you to play a film that we have.
Among the honors and awards the governor of North Carolina can bestow, none is more valued than the Order of the Longleaf Pine. House of Representatives, Mr. Charles Graham, who is going to represent the governor in making this special presentation.
Let me just say it's a pleasure to be here today, and I'm very honored to have this opportunity with the Revels family and Miss Revels to be here on behalf of our governor to make this presentation. But let me just say a couple of words here before I make do the recognition. Had a chance to work with the public schools of Robertson County for 31 plus years, and Miss Revels was a big part of my career as I worked in the public schools. And I just want to echo what Mr. Stedman was saying. She was truly an advocate for the public schools of Robertson County, and she was certainly an advocate for our children. She wanted to do what was right by those children. She wanted to make sure they got the best that they could get, and she stood by them all the time. And just a true professional. Miss Revels, we've had a lot of interactions, and I never saw Miss Revels' personality change from one interaction to the other. She was always the same person, dedicated in her profession and dedicated in what she was doing. And Mr. Stedman, the governor, recognizes this, and this is why we're here today to make this presentation. Ms. Revels, this is the highest civilian honor one can receive in North Carolina. And Governor Cooper has recognized your accomplishments to the profession and the service to our children. And I'll read the inscription. It says, the state of North Carolina, Roy Cooper, Governor, repose in special confidence in the integrity, learning, and zeal of Mabel Henderson Revels. I do by these presents confer the Order of the Longleaf Pine with the rank of Ambassador Extraordinary, privileged to enjoy fully all rights granted to the members of this exalted order, among which is the special privilege to propose the following North Carolina toast and select company anywhere in the free world. And I will read what this is all about. Here's to the land of the longleaf pine, the summer land where the sun doth shine. For the weak grow strong, and the strong grow great. Here's down home to the old North State, and it was signed by our Governor Roy Cooper, January the 1st, 2021. And Ms. Rebels, I want to say congratulations. Let me give a nice squeeze here. And congratulations again to the family and Mr. Stedman. Thank you for this special occasion in the life of Ms. Rebels. And Ms. Rebels, congratulations, and I wish you the best after this program today.
So, on behalf of the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina, it is an honor that we would like to take and present to her the patchwork, and it means so much because, and it could never, ever add or give anything that she's not already done for us. We thank God for this. We thank God for her grandchildren, and I pray, I do, that they will take up from where she has given them and will go ahead and continue to give it to others around us. It's because of a lady like this that we can be the people that we are. So on behalf of the tribe, Sister May, we want to say thank you. Thank you for who you are.
I don't know what to say, you all. I'm so happy. I'm so happy, so glad. I just thank you for even thinking of this aggravating gal that made them work and made them do what had to be done. And they come in and say, Mama, you know what she made us do? But you know what? The mamas and the daddies stood up. They took care of it. And we did improve. If any of you know around says we did move up. But I just want to thank you for I don't know who started this and decided to do it, but you sure didn't. You follow me, because I never thought we would be able to get together, and do it. I love all of you, and I worked when I started teaching. I stayed there. You all know that for years. I didn't stay in the classroom all the time, but with what I had, and everything, all the things that I do, going to over yonder to make things better. Over that class yonder, we are going somewhere to look and see how they're doing that thing. And I do it too. And it did change. It did change. We made it, thank God. But I want you to know that God, if you give him the opportunity to do what's right, I don't care what it is, it'll happen. It will happen. Whether you're mean, whether you're ugly, whether you pick everything, if you get it, the Lord in you and what you need to be and have, it'll go, y'all, it'll go. When my grandpa died, I never thought that I would be one of the people that come in here or anywhere else, and I will have done so much to help each other, to make with others. And let me tell you, I am thankful for my God. I am thankful for my God. Thank you for, you all surprised me here.
The family had made this request a while back that this was going to happen, and they just wanted to be shared with as many as could see it, and also the school board. Also, our AIG teacher that retired in December, Miss Murray Ann Pravat, she received it also. I think maybe a month or so ago, she received the order of longleaf pine too. So congratulations to her also. Okay. All right, first item on the information items next is Miss Billy Harris with Principal of the Year and Teacher of the Year and Beginning Teacher of the Year recognition.
Good evening, School Board Chair, Mr. Craig Lowry, Superintendent Dr. Williamson, and school board members. This evening, I have the honor of announcing 3 separate awards for educators. I'm going to give what's on the agenda. So we're going to start with the Beginning Teacher of the Year. This is the public schools of Robeson County 3rd year participating in the NCAT Beginning Teacher of the Year award process. It was developed to honor beginning teachers and to help North Carolina retain teachers who show promise as excellent teachers and educational leaders. This year's Beginning Teacher of the Year is described by their principal as someone special and unique, a person with an upbeat and positive personality, and a sincere and passionate desire to work with children. As an advocate for the students and teacher who goes above and beyond to ensure their students are receiving top-notch instruction, the principal describes this person as truly deserving. With that being said, the public schools of Robeson County names their Beginning Teacher of the Year 2021-2022 school year as Ms. Hannah Middleton. Hannah is an exceptional teacher. And due to COVID, of course, teachers aren't able to be here. Just as a reminder, we're doing the drive-through service ceremony Thursday at 5:30. So everyone will be able to drive through and get their. Okay. Next, we're going to the teachers. To be eligible for the selection as the Teacher of the Year at the school level, a person must hold a standard professional license, be employed full-time, and spend at least 70% of his or her time in direct instruction of North Carolina public school students. Each year, a student is selected among their peers by secret ballot to become their school's Teacher of the Year. Okay, so we're going to recognize each of the school level Teacher of the Years. I just want to give how we did the Teacher of the Year selection process. So among our 36 schools, each Teacher of the Year is given the opportunity to submit a portfolio, following the guidelines at the state level. The portfolios are scored by Teacher of the Committee, and those committee members are central office staff. Top 5 finalists from the portfolio can then move on to the next portion, which is the interview portion. Of course, we had to do all this via Google Meets. Teacher Year Committee members ask them a variety of questions and are scored using state level guidelines. The scores from the portfolio and interview are tallied together to get a combined score. The individual with the highest score combined is the Teacher of the Year for the district. Okay? So we're just going to do the school level Teacher of the Year. Okay. Career Center is Matthew Locklear. Carol Miller is Melissa Cox. Steve Branches, Bobby Joe McLean. Early College, Tara Sinclair. East Robinson Primary School is Sylvia Dubuque. Fair Grove Elementary is Pamela Chavis. Fairmont High School is Coy Starr. Fairmont Middle School is Courtney Chavis. Littlefield Middle is Richard Tyndall. Long Ranch Elementary School is Linda Jackson. Junior High is Charlotte Mbufe. Lumberton Senior is Crystal Hayes. Orem Middle School is Mr. Rick Navarrete. Magnolia Elementary is Heather Brewer. Oxenine Elementary is Mickey Bullard. Parkton Elementary, Bonnie Rogers. Pembroke Elementary, Melissa Carter. Pembroke Middle School is Elizabeth. Peterson Peterson Elementary is Janadine Chavis. Piney Grove Elementary is Elizabeth Leach. Prospect Elementary is Louisa Locklear. Cornell Sweat High is Olivia Bird. Red Springs High School is Naomi Carter. Red Springs Middle is Denise Douglas. Rex Renner Elementary is Margie Emanuel. Rosenwald Elementary is Jessica Hernshaw. Norman Elementary is Gwen Vargas. South Robinson Intermediate is Jessica Henderson. St. Paul's Elementary, Tiffany Locklear. St. Paul's High, Edward Reed. St. Paul's Middle School is Joseph Shaw. Tanglewood Elementary is Ralph Shoemaker. Townsend Elementary, Takia Edie. Union Chapel Elementary is Tabitha Ryan. Union Elementary is Cassandra Bell. W.H. Knuckles is Sally McCoskey. Okay. So, it's now time to announce the Public Schools of Robeson County 2021-22 for the Teacher of the Year goes to Miss Elizabeth Leach. She is a music teacher at Piney Grove Elementary. Remember, this was a combined score of their interview and their portfolio. Principal of the Year. 21-22 Wells Fargo Principal of the Year Award for the Public Schools of Robeson County. The candidate must be a principal of North Carolina Public School, have at least 4 years' experience as an administrator. A principal is a person designated by an LEA as the head of the school with 100 or more pupils in the average daily membership. Each year, principals select one of their peers by secret ballot, a person to be recognized as the Principal of the Year for the Public Schools of Robeson County. The selection process is based on the principal's contributions to students, families, staff, community, and district. All right, so we're going to do the schools. A shout out to our principals. Career Center is Mark Smith. Middle is Christopher Burton. Deep Branch Elementary is Aaron Hunt. Early College, Dr. Christopher Clark. East Robinson Primary, Dr. Lewis Cox. Fair Grove Elementary, Tawana Curry. Fairmount High, Ronald Prater. Fairmount Middle, Dr. Tracy Ferguson. Middlefield Middle is Kendall Hamilton. Long Branch Elementary is Amanda Tyner. Lumberton Junior High is Dr. Savon Maltsby. Lumberton Senior High is Larry Brooks. Magnolia Elementary is Charles Locklear. Orrin Middle is Anthony Britt. Oxnard Elementary is Dr. Sherry Dow Herndon. Parkton Elementary, Christy West. Elementary, Anthony Barton. Peterson Elementary is Melinda Sellers. Piney Grove Elementary is Kendra Deese. Prospect Elementary is Avery Brooks. Cornell High School is Clyde Leviner. Red Springs High is Jamal Campbell. Red Springs Middle is Sharon Douglas. Rex Renner Elementary is Nikki Brooks, the year for 2020. Rosenwald Elementary is Isabel Jones. Roland Norman is Dr. Tara Buller. South Robinson Intermediate, Dr. Sherry Park. St. Paul's Elementary, Dr. Jill Hathaway. St. Paul's High is Jason Suggs. St. Paul's Middle is Dr. Paul Locklear. Tanglewood Elementary is Sean Fico. Townsend Elementary is Angela Faulkner. Union Chapel Elementary is Antonia Wilkins. Union Elementary is Amy Baker. W.H. Knuckles is Troy. And your new principal of the year for 2021-22 is, a little background. Okay. So this person began their educational career as a math teacher. They ingrained the knowledge and passion to their students. They have a combined total of approximately 10 years as both an assistant principal and principal. They have 4 years' experience at the central office level. Do we know who it is? Any guesses?
Jason, sir.
It is, your 21-22 is Mr. Jason. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Next, we have the NC State Keenan Fellows, Dr. Robert Locklear.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lowry, Superintendent Williamson, and board members. It is with great pleasure that I share some great news from the curriculum department. Our science supervisor, Ms. Susan Miller Hendricks, is one of 2 esteemed North Carolina educators named for the 21-22 year as the Keenan Fellows through the partnership between the Barrows Welcome Fund and the Keenan Fellows Program for Teacher Leadership at North Carolina State University. The Keenan's Fellowship Program was established in 2002 as a K-12 initiative of the Keenan Institute for Engineering, Technology, and Science at the North Carolina State University, addressing the critical need of high-quality professional development for educators, and is the largest STEM-focused teacher fellowship in North Carolina. Please help me congratulate Ms. Susan Miller Hendricks as the 21-22 Keenan's Fellow. And she's going to share just a few comments about what that will detail this upcoming year.
I can pull this down. Good evening, Chairman Lowry, Superintendent Williamson, and board members. Keenan Fellowship is a professional development opportunity. They will be providing 80 hours of professional development in educational leadership, in project-based learning, in data analysis, and in STEM. And then I will be partnered with UNCW, STEM Scenic, and the Burrs Welcome Fund to do asset mapping for 13 counties in southeastern North Carolina. And what they hope out of the end of this project is that I can pair businesses, industry, universities, and develop STEM across district lines so that what we're doing in Robeson County can be replicated in Bladen County, can be replicated in New Hanover County, can be replicated in Scotland County, and we'll have a pool of teacher leaders that will then push STEM out to our underrepresented students in the STEM fields. So, yes.
Hendrick, how many people again received this award?
There's 26 across the state of North Carolina and 2 out of the Burrs Welcome Fund.
Out of this fund? Thank you and congratulations. Exceptional Children Update. Dr. Robert, have you down here, and Miss Latonia Burney, and Miss Jamie Lowry. Folks, as they come up, be nice to Miss Jamie. This is her first time presenting. And she's also a former student, so be nice to her tonight.
Chairman Lowry, Superintendent Williamson, board members, and I told Ms. Lowry this morning that everything's going to be fine because we're amongst family and friends. I hope she's realized that, so. But anyway, we want to present to you tonight our annual report as it relates to our Exceptional Children's Department. And first of all, I just want to thank the team. I want to thank our board members. I want to thank our principals. I want to thank everybody because it is truly a team effort when it comes to exceptional children. It is a difficult process, but working together, we can always accomplish more than we set out. And I think we have over the last year, and we'll do it in just a few minutes. But tonight, we want to give you an update as it relates to our annual reviews, initials, and reevaluations as it relates to compliance. We also want to talk to you tonight about our internal monitoring to make sure that we are ensuring that everything is in compliance. Also, we want to talk about our curriculum instruction plan and how we have been working with our teachers and our school administrators as we focus on our special design instruction. Also, we want to talk about our speech impaired and how that's affecting our program. We're going to give you an update on our EC pre-K and then look at the continuous program improvement. So tonight you're going to hear a lot of great things happening, but there is still more work to do. But that's what makes us get up and come to work every day because we want to make things better for our children. And that's what we will continue to do in the EC department. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Burney at this time.
Good evening, Chairman Lowry, Superintendent Dr. Williamson, to all the school board members. Good evening. Good evening. I'm excited about this evening for two reasons. One of those reasons is because I cannot wait to share with you all of the outcomes that we were able to do this school year. But also, my second reason why I'm excited is because I submitted my last evidence and artifacts this past Friday in that action plan. So I'm gonna celebrate this evening with a pepperoni pizza and a root beer. So I'm very excited about that. Of our action plan was composed of 10 focus areas. It was a lengthy document, 11 pages long with 10 focus areas. That dealt mainly with compliance, internal monitoring, but we're just going to focus on just 5 of those focus areas on this evening. So in regards of compliance was the #1 focus area within the action plan. Within our plan, compliance is basically, when you talk about it, it's the foundation of our special education program. It's basically, if we do not have our information in compliance as it relates to our annual reviews, our IEP development, our reevaluations, our eligibility meetings, our initial meetings, it will affect our funding. So doing those in a timely manner makes a difference. And so compliance is the foundation of our EC department, our special education program. With that being said, we have made tremendous gains on this school year. We started out coming from the pandemic. We accomplished a lot at the end of the 19-20 school year, but coming into this school year, we approached it a little bit differently, and we're going to go into that. And so with our first focus area, which is compliance, our benchmark within our action plan dealt with demonstrating growth with our compliance deadline. What has been going on is that we have not met our deadline, which affected our numbers. So 2 areas on this slide that we're going to address will deal with our annual reviews and also our 90-day timeline, which is our indicator 11. We fall under 14 indicators under IDEA, but this one involves with our 90-day timeline. And what we did in the beginning of this year, we looked at our October report, and we get it every October with our indicator 11, looking at if we're able to make that 90-day deadline or timeline from the date we get that initial referral. That is when a child is not placed in the program, but we had that initial meeting and we determined that that child should be evaluated. So we have a 90-day turnaround to get that done. We were not meeting that. So according to our data, we did our report, our annual reviews. I am so happy to say as of today that we're 99% compliant with our annual reviews.
Awesome.
As it relates to within our indicator 11 report, in comparison to October 2020, as of right now, and that changes daily. We have increased meeting that deadline within 90 days by 66%. Late placement, which means it happened after the 90-day turnaround, has decreased. That number has decreased by 33%. And the number of, the number of evaluations completed within the 90 days by the state-established timeline has increased by 62%. Next slide. Our focus area, again, on compliance, deals with evaluations. That's another area that we kind of fell short in for some time. But again, this school year, we hit the ball rolling with a plan to address the timeliness of completing our evaluation reports. So this school year, we had a total of 348 evaluations. Total initial referrals, 112, that's that 90-day timeline that I mentioned earlier. Reevaluations, which are done every 3 years, 221 of those. And the total reports completed, these are the reports that were completed by our school psychologists. And we want to commend our school psychologists and our contract school psychologists for all the work that they did to help us in this effort. Total reports completed, we have increased to 82%. That's great. Total meetings held and finalized by our EC teachers, also with assistance from program specialists. We also had a team of people, which were some other staff members in the district who helped out with that process. Total held and finalized was 64%. Remaining evaluations, we're at 8% that are still scheduling those evaluations. Half of that number, or half the number remaining, are those students who need a bilingual psychologist, which we did present a contract for us to look into that. And we have found out that growing need within our district. And so after that, we feel that we'll have a better balance with identifying or not identifying students who are in the EL program or who are Spanish speaking. So our numbers have reduced tremendously. Next slide. Next focus area involves internal monitoring. Internal monitoring is basically we want to develop and maintain and just ensure that compliance with internal monitoring is basically the processes are followed to the best of its ability. So our team came together in the beginning of the year and we used the problem-solving model of plan, do, study, and act. And so we came together and we looked at our data from the previous year, practices that we had and processes we had in the previous school year, and we discussed what are we trying to accomplish. Looking at what we did last year, what are we trying to change to improve the department? And how are we going to get the best results and improvement through that data? So in looking at that, next slide, please. Focus area still on internal monitoring. This is what we looked at in order to continue or provide continuous improvement, we planned. How we plan is that our wonderful program specialists, and thank you so much for making them 12 months, because I'm gonna need them this summer. But with our program specialists, the data that they have and resources they use from this past school year, we use that data and have meetings. We were meeting weekly, but now we meet bi-weekly. And we discuss those expectations through their monitoring visits, their audit visits, their fidelity checks. And we examine the timeliness of our annual reviews, of our reevaluations. We looked at our IEP development, areas that we need to provide additional training there. We looked at how the EC folder should look, the notebooks, how that should be in compliant. Verification of services, making sure what's outlined within the IEP is being followed. Also, we looked at how we need to address instruction in regards of providing coaching for instructional practice moving on this year to implement that change in with instruction. So basically, after we left from plan, we went to do, where we carried out that plan and we collected our data and our documentation to discuss at our PLC meetings. Every week, now we're meeting bi-weekly, is a data-driven meeting. We look at our data to determine what we're going to do next. what worked, what did not work, to help us determine what resources we need to take us to the next level. And so after we did do, we went to study on the next slide. Study that data, that documentation, we analyze our trends. For example, looking at various areas of disabilities that we have. We're looking at students who are identified more in one eligibility area than another. Why is that happening? What is happening at those IEP meetings? So we had those type of discussions at our meetings. What trainings we needed to do to support our teachers who having difficulty conducting eligibility meetings, annual review meetings, all of that type of data. So basically, we were providing ongoing monitoring. And then we made the changes adopted by what we did at our POCs. We communicated that with our stakeholders, teachers, psychologists, all of our team members, and to refine our program. With that, we created some flow charts. 2 flow charts that target how to meet timeliness. Because what we found out is that even though we were telling our teachers what to do, they need guidance to show them step by step what they need to do. And so if we can click the flow chart one, just briefly, and this can be revised, but we just have a format on what our new referral notification process should look like, our 3-year reevaluation should look like, and what annual review should look like. Can we go to the second flow chart, please? Same thing with our second flow chart is just a continuation because the evaluation process is a very lengthy process. And we do not want to miss any components of it because if so, they can bring forth state corrective action. Next slide, please. Now, since we made a lot of progress and gains as it relates to compliance, as we continue and move forward close to the end of this year, we decided to be more intentional with this next area, which is dealing with curriculum and instruction. And I'm very happy that DPI worked along with us with this process because now we need to be more intentional in regards of providing special education improvement for our students with disabilities and get the results that we need so those students can grow. So we dealt with compliance, and I think we're doing well with that. But now we got to look at instruction, and we got to look at the curriculum piece. So within our benchmark, one of our benchmarks within the action plan, we looked at we had to develop a literacy and a math plan. So we got together and collaborated with various team members right here at central office, which was ourselves, our EC department, which include all of our program specialists, the CIA department, which include our executive director of curriculum and instruction, also our ELA and our math supervisors, also our K2 supervisors, our executive director of transformation, and also we had one of our EC teachers be a part of this team. And with that, we did a needs assessment to address the needs or the gaps and how to relate those things to students with disabilities and what we need to do to bring outcomes and improve our student performance. So with that, we did an inventory and a data analysis of our current resources that we have within our district, which include our EOG scores for reading and math, our April 1 head count, which falls under EC. We looked on our 2018-2019 annual performance rating indicators, and also our LEA self-assessment as it relates to our Exceptional Children's Department, and also our NC check-ins. With that information, if you can click this link, this is just only in draft form. But with that, we have worked with our individuals right here at central office to create our problem statement, looking at our data within our district. What is good about this was not an EC issue. This was not a general ed issue. It was everyone together, looking at what is the big concern, what is the issue, what are our areas of need. And so we created our problem statement, goals, action steps, and we did this with literacy and also with our math plan. And again, it's in draft form, but what I really want to target is all the persons who are responsible. It covers everybody. within, central office. Next slide.
Good evening, School Board Chairman, Mr. Lowry, Superintendent Dr. Williamson, and honorable board members.
Good evening.
We are pleased to be here tonight and to represent your Exceptional Children's Department. In continuing with what Ms. Burney has already addressed, an additional focus area was specially designed instruction. So what is specially designed instruction? On the regular ed side, we have differentiated instruction. On the special ed side, we have SDI. SDI is when we take and adapt content, methods, and/or instructional delivery to address specific and unique needs of our students. Students who receive special ed services must receive SDI in order to comply with IDEA. So as we look at the needs within SDI, piggybacking off the fact that we've developed, we're drafting literacy and math plans for the department, we also realized that we needed to inventory current evidence-based programs that we can use to provide that SDI to our students. So as we look at evidence-based programs, they are programs rigorously tested in controlled settings, proven effective, and translated into practical models. They bring statistically significant effect on enhancing student outcomes based upon supporting evidences. As we look at high leverage practices, we see those practices which are organized around 4 central aspects of practice, being collaboration, assessment, social, behavioral, emotional practices, and instruction, because special ed teachers enact practices in these areas in integrated and reciprocal ways. So as we look at the link, we'll see some ways that in collaboration with the DPI mentor, several programs that we've looked at to meet the comprehensive but yet unique needs of our students across the district with special needs. Given consideration of evidence-based practices, high leverage practices, those evidence-based programs, which can bring us significant outcomes. That's just a draft. It's a working copy. So as we continue to look at the proposed PD plan, what do you need when you're developing good, sound, robust plans for literacy and math, and you look at the components that you need, which consist of those evidence-based programs and practices, high leverage practices, then you begin to acknowledge that we also need a professional development plan that's going to train and provide our teachers and providers with the skills necessary simply to get the job done. So the next link that Mr. Cole is going to show us is an exhaustive and comprehensive list of some of the PD needs that we recognize.
Which part is this?
EC Department Staff PD Plan, Mr. Cole. There you go. And you can see the numbers on it are exhaustive, beginning with our students with more significant cognitive and adaptive functioning and physical needs on extended content standards to post-secondary transition. On down, Mr. Cole, you can just scroll all the way down. It's exhaustive in nature. And it's another working copy. And scroll all the way to the right, Mr. Cole. Sorry. There we go.
so that, can you scroll back to the top so you can see the headers? So the goals of PD for each specific PD plan and program or training that's needed, we looked at specific goals being outlined in that area. So as we look at specially designed instruction being comprehensive in size and scope, we also look at, that leads us to EC in terms of speech identified only. Those children who are recognized as having speech only impairment. And the reason we had to look at that is because upon disaggregating the data for speech, DPI told us, and we also realized that of the approximately 3,440 students that are here in the district being served with special needs in the EC department, approximately 32% of those children were identified as speech impaired only. Generally, that's not the case. The classification, which usually brings about prevalence, is specific learning disability. In our district, that's not the case. It is speech impaired only. So in an attempt to prevent the speech from being overrepresented, we've had to take a hard look at some of our trouble spots. So what are those and what do we do? Well, we examine the screening, referral, and intervention processes from pre-K all across the continuum throughout 12th grade, with specificity given to pre-K. And why was that? Because pre-K is where the journey begins. A lot of our children are identified as speech impaired only in preschool and continue that journey until they're exited from the Exceptional Children's Program. So in looking at that, we've had ongoing collaboration with pre-K as well as our school-age therapists and personnel to ensure that we employ a robust eligibility process from pre-K all the way over to the school-age side. Our next area was monthly professional learning communities, PLCs, and professional development. We're proud to say that this year we have increased communication, collaboration with speech providers, both state hired and contractually hired, at least monthly and sometimes, a lot of times, bi-monthly, with everything from announcements and both friendly and urgent announcements to policy changes, policy implementation, best practices, and we've been able to work with them more closely, being able to serve in this capacity. As we looked at info handler and service documentation, what we learned and what we knew all along and then was confirmed with the State Department was that all related service providers, that's PT, OT, speech, that's all of our providers, all of their documentation is the property of the public schools of Robeson County, and unfortunately that wasn't the case. So we worked diligently to partner with Info Handler, and upon conferring strongly with DPI, on January the 11th, we held district-wide training with all state and contractually hired providers to ensure that our documentation, which ensures verification of services, is housed in one central location. And you may ask, well, Ms. Jamie, why is that important? That's important in the event that we get a state complaint and someone asks, Ms. Jamie, can I see the service records for such and such student on such and such day? We're able to pull those records with efficiency in a timely manner and with specificity given to the child being questioned, the services being questioned. So InfoHandler has helped us house our documentation in one central location, but I've also downloaded count reports as verification to DPI that we're doing what we're saying we're doing, weekly, no less than bi-monthly, to verify support, to verify that we have housed that documentation where it needed to be, and to support our efforts to improve service documentation with fidelity. There's a difference between service documentation and service documentation with fidelity, because now we can monitor it because it's within our eyesight. Along with that, we also, we upload that information to a drive that's shared with DPI, the EC department and DPI. In terms of resource compilation, it's back to that slide, Mr. Cole. Back to the previous slide. In terms of resource compilation, I'm proud to say that we are developing a comprehensive related service guidance tool that should hopefully be a one-stop shop for all of our related service providers, PT, OT, speech, with emphasis given from the beginning therapist, from that green therapist to that seasoned therapist, including everything from cheat sheets, information regarding best practices for screenings, assessments, eligibility, service documentation. We will also summarize memos, important memos from DPI, such as requirements for written evaluation reports, information pertaining to our English language learners, special information with specificity regarding accommodations and modifications to our students with disabilities. And we've also started developing what I've called handy speech handouts, which take specific information such as from the North Carolina Board of Examiners for speech language pathology, requiring necessary for hearing screenings and how that impacts the evaluation process and eligibility process here in the district of our students with speech impairments. And lastly, we have compliance in terms of ECATs. So in our monthly PLCs, our professional development time, we've also taken time to focus on ECATs, our service documentation program, and how it relates to compliance with paperwork, the EC processes, and also our program specialists work diligently to review paperwork prior to EC meetings to make sure to afford that paperwork is completed with compliance in mind, so that we improve all compliance measures, as well as Ms. Burney has already stated. At this time, we'll shift to EC Preschool.
Good evening, Chairman Lowry, Dr. Williamson, and the school board. I'm going to take a moment and shift to EC within the preschool age level. Well, as Ms. Burney stated before, there are 14 indicators that go along with the IDEA grant. The preschool, we represent 4 of those indicators. On indicator 11, if we are congruent with the school age, K-12, we would look for our 90-day timeline for all students to be placed and referred within 90 days. With our indicator 6, we look at the percent of students that we receive in specially designed instruction within an inclusive setting. So that does not include our self-contained kids. That is our inclusive setting that we work with the NC Pre-K to establish. Our last indicator, or indicator 12, I'm sorry, is our partnership with children. There are students that come 0 to 3. Our babies are identified through the Children Development Agency within the county. At age 2 and 6 months, they are referred to the EC program for the public schools of Robeson County. They have to be placed by age 3. If not, we do not make that indicator. That is indicator 12. The next one we have is indicator 7, and that's based off of our preschool students who demonstrate growth. Once they enter our program, they are assessed off of their psychological and educational evaluations as to where they come into the program at. At the time they leave, before they enter kindergarten, we have to go back and reassess those students to ensure that they've maintained growth in positive and emotional skills, acquisition of knowledge, and use of appropriate behaviors. That is what guides IDA and the preschool program, to make sure that our students are coming in and at a need and are making progress. The next thing we have is throughout this year, we were able to work with Ms. Bernie and the K-12 program specialists to review and evaluate our processes, our intake processes. We had an overage of disabilities within our EC program, within the preschool of speech identifications. But through our revision of our intake process with collaboration from DPI and consultants throughout the districts, we were able to review, revise, do a new intake process, and bring down our speech referrals by over 100 students. The next thing we have is our students served age to 3. So I wanted to just let you know that we service all exceptional children ages 3 to 5 within Robeson County. That includes 96 child care facilities that we enter. That's 24 elementary schools, all homes, residential facilities, hospitals, and any private sectors that we may have. We enter every single area. If there is a child within that school or daycare, we are coming in and we are servicing. This year we had a total of 265 per April head count due to COVID. Our numbers usually run around 545. That is the average for the past 5 years, around 545 students for just the EC program. Curriculum and instruction. This was something major that once we were able to reduce our numbers and our intake process, that the next move forward for next year is to review our curriculum and instruction that we're giving to our students. So with the Early Learning Network and the Partnership for Children, we have decided that we use what is called a creative curriculum, which is teaching strategies that is supported with a conscious discipline, which is like a positive behavior initiative within our county. So that is what we are using, and next year we are working on a team that is going to, 3 teachers will be nominated to work as a regional consultant across the state to develop a preschool curriculum, and Robeson County will be part of that initiative. Also, updates. So some things that have happened this year that I wanted to let you guys know what we're doing, new things that are happening within our EC. I say Shining Stars, but we are more than just Shining Stars. We are EC. Shining Stars is a small portion of what we do. So after evaluation and feedback from parents and community stakeholders, physicians, I've been meeting and going to our local physicians and agencies. We saw a need for our 3-year-olds with more severe needs. Those students were not normally served within the home setting, but within the past 2 months, we were able to establish a midday class. And what that midday class is for our 3 and 4-year-olds who are very intense needs, who can only be supported by 1 or 2 hours of service. So we have started busing those children in for the 1 day a week for 2 hours. For those parents that just say, please, can I get some help? Please, my child needs some kind of support, but we know that they cannot make it a whole day. So that is something that we have started within the past 2 months, and I'm very proud of that. We've also began the development of 3-year-old classrooms. Those were not established as in the prior years, but as I've stated, as we start seeing these 3-year-olds coming up, we have a huge need of severe disability classrooms. So we have began the implementation of a classroom in Pembroke and Lumberton for 3-year-old students who are EC and need those extra intensive services. Along with that, for the next school year, I was taking on a lot this year, but within the next school year, I have spoke with the superintendent and Dr. Locklear and Ms. Bernie. Our main goal is to establish a transition kindergarten room for those students who are ending the pre-K year, who go to that indicator, the cost, indicator 6, and cannot meet it. They have not met the gains they need. We will support them with a kindergarten transition room so that they do not have to be thrown immediately into the K-12 level, and perhaps we can meet their needs with another year of service. So, thank you very much.
As well reflected with the presentations from Ms. Bernie, Ms. Jennifer, myself, it's of dire and utmost importance that as we look and reflect upon this past year, we look at the models for continuous improvement that we are required to employ. So as we look at improving the overall quality of instructional and service outcomes for students with disabilities, we are mindful. We are mindful of many things, but we are mostly mindful that we have to equip learners with necessary skills which will enable our students with disabilities to become productive members of school and community. What considerations need to be made to get us there? Well, we need to consider ongoing compliance monitoring and improvement measures that need to be continued and employed. We need to promote a solid, continuous needs assessment at all times of all the program needs, including professional development, training, curriculum needs, etc., and the list goes on, as you've already seen. There must be continuous collaboration between general and special ed teachers to ensure high-quality instruction and services. And we must employ and continue to employ a results-driven framework in determining new processes which lead to positive outcomes. And lastly, but not least, sustainability in all caps. Sustainability in the sense that we have to reflect on where we were, look at where we are, examine where we are tonight, and project to where we want and need to be, while maintaining at a constant level of progress and growth. In summation, the EC department would like to thank the district and various stakeholders for all of the ongoing support we have received this school year. We are proud of all of our accomplishments, and we look forward to ironing out even more wrinkles in the future. We are reminded of Galatians 6:9, and let us not be weary in well-doing, for in due season we shall reap if we faint not. Or Proverbs 16:3, commit your work to the Lord, and your plans will be established. And even though the journey, this year's journey, and the work has been tough, and at times the road seemed obscured with not one but many, many obstacles, the path was laid for us, and we look forward to the continued work that is before us. Thank you again for your unyielding support to the Exceptional Children's Department. And I believe firmly, I am convinced that together we can achieve a great work on behalf of our students with disabilities. Thank you.
Questions?
Dr. Emanuel?
Mr. Craig, I have one question for Mr. Bernie. If she's available. Ms. Bernie, I know we've had a tough year and with all our children, but many of us have been very, very concerned about our EC children, especially children with special needs. You know, many of our children have special needs, not just the AOD. Tell us about how you feel about what you've been able to do to reach those children. I'm not talking about learning disabled children. I mean, children with more severe needs with this online learning. Do we feel good about what we've been able to do? Because we know we couldn't visit the homes because of the pandemic. Or do we have a plan, a strong plan this summer, maybe to make up with some of that missed time that with the children? I'm not talking about LD children. I know they can get that opportunity, with school and with probably more successful than our other children, EC children.
Yes, ma'am. As we showed all of the charts and
Yeah.
graphs that we had, we did look at how remote learning was with our students, outside of students with learning disabilities, the one who are ID mild or moderate, or those with severe and most intensive needs. It was kind of difficult with those babies during remote learning. So we did take all that into consideration. We did provide support and training and PD for our teachers. There was times because of the number of EC teachers that we have in the district, there was times that we had to be creative because all students have to be taught by a special education certified teacher. And there were times we had a teacher at one school and had to virtually teach in another school's class where there was so we had to be creative. In regards to providing services or recovery, all of our students, all students within the public schools of Robeson County can attend the summer learning program. And that's where our EC teachers, related services, all of that will still be provided even during the summer. Moving forward to this upcoming school year, we're still in the planning phases of how we're going to even provide compensatory services for those students who did not receive their services. And we're looking at various options, either at the school, we received additional money to even address that issue. We applied for a grant. And so also we're looking at even doing academies, Saturday academies at certain sites, kind of how we did our testing, our evaluation on 4 parts of the district. Yes, regarding across the district. And so that's how we're looking at it, but it's a case-by-case situation. It's not a one-size-fits-all. We have to see what that student needs. And how we've been tracking that is that all of our EC teachers had a e-learning log that they documented through this whole process. If services were provided, how they were provided, the length of time it was provided, and that helped us determine who will receive compensatory and who will not.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Thank you.
Ms. Gentry?
Dr. Manuel's question was on my mind, and you answered it very well. And you've illustrated again how detailed the compliance requirements are for EC. What is the state, and I'm sure they are, the State Department going to amend somewhat to give you some slack, for a better term, for catching up on these requirements, these compliance requirements? And I noted the difference in the number 545 versus 265 that's actively been participating. So are you going to have some extra time and a little leeway, hopefully a lot, to help the compliance?
The grant that we have is up until, I think it's 2022, 167, is at least for 2 years. We do have time, depending on the student and how much is owed to that student. But we do have time to do it. We do have some situations that it might, and again, it's not an hour, when we talk about compensatory, it doesn't have to be hour by hour, minute by minute. We can sit down with the parent and discuss how that would look. The biggest thing that I've learned, or we've learned as a department, is that we have to be transparent with the parent and don't try to hide anything. Just let them know we are aware your child did not receive this service. Let's sit down and discuss a plan on how to recover these services. And that has worked. We had a state complaint not too long ago that addressed the very same thing regarding reevaluation. It could not be helped due to the fact of COVID. But we already have the student evaluated, but we followed the process, met with the parent, came up with the plan, and she withdrew the complaint. So it's just being transparent and working with the parent and just putting the plan in place and follow through with the plan.
Yes, Ms. Brenda?
May, I wish to commend our EC department because to sit here tonight and realize where we were last year, this year, and when you got up there, I think it's Dr. Bernie now, right?
Not yet.
Close enough. I try to keep up with all our staff. To sit here tonight and hear a 90-day turnaround, that powerful, 99% compliance, I highly commend the works that you all have done. It's just superb.
Brewer?
Mr. Chairman, I also recognize the fact that they are systematically organized, working off of statistic data. That's impressive. Also overlapping, allowing state DPI to come in and to assist. And it's great efforts of improvement is shown, and I personally appreciate that.
Thank you, Dr. Williamson, also.
Mr. Terry?
Good job, ladies, on your presentation. I appreciate all the information that you've presented. In terms of this compliance, so I can tell you it looks like there's been vast improvement in that area, but at the same time, it also looks like there may be some that's falling through the cracks. Dr. Robert, is there anything that we as a board can do to help to get these numbers up to 100%? In terms of resources, is there any resources that you would say that's needed to get us at 100% compliance in all areas?
Well, we knew probably last summer that we needed school psychologists, Mr. Terry, and we have been recruiting across the state, across the nation. We have been working with several employment agencies, and we were able to bring on 2 school psychologist contractors that work with us throughout the year. And then we brought in an individual from South Carolina that worked with us part-time. So that's our biggest concern. But like I said, we are almost at the point, because I think tonight we're going to approve another school psychologist, if not next school board meeting. That will give us 3 full-time school psychologists plus the 2 that we contract with. So we're at that manageable number right now. I think with our numbers by 8, Ms. Bernie, that we have to evaluate, somewhere around 8. So that's a manageable number. So as the question related to resources, that's our biggest need, is to make sure that we keep school psychologists, intact.
Dr. Williamson?
Also, Mr. Lockley, on that, the board did approve program specialists for 12 months. That's a critical part of the monitoring moving forward. They will also assist in the paperwork that will allow teachers more time to teach. So you've done a lot for us already that's going to really help us to sustain this part. Congratulations, outstanding presentation. And we all believe that within a month or 2, we would exit the state monitoring plan.
Thank you.
Ladies, thank you, and what everybody says, folks, we got an education tonight. EC, as far as dealing with EC, the legal part, Mr. Grady over here, I know will concur. There's so many legal ramifications for EC, it's just hard to keep up with. And the department's doing a wonderful job in that, and we appreciate that. And the bottom line is you're helping kids, which is what's most important, so thank you very much. Hey, Dr. Guzman?
And following with yearly updates, we received our NCDPI bus inspection, yearly, right before spring break. Official report was in your packet, but I did provide everyone a short 1-page handout for you for an overview, so that you can have that ready at your hands. So as we go through, I first want to make sure, especially with new board members on board, that we have an understanding and an appreciation for the men and women that work in the transportation department. There are 29 men and women who do multiple roles. As you can see, there are 10 staff members that mainly work in the office and 19 mechanics. However, these mechanics, the vast geography that we have to work in here in this county, in the public schools of Robinson County, we have multiple roles. We have multiple things that we do. We're not just fuel mechanics. We're a mechanic above and beyond anything to make sure that our buses go through. We have 258 yellow buses that are on the road during a normal given time frame. Please take COVID out of that, as we know some buses have been parked. We also maintain and assist with 75 activity buses. Now, that may seem like a lot. However, I would remind you that we do have an aging activity bus fleet. We have several activity buses that are in the fleet that were issued to us, we purchased in 1988. 2 of them that are still were still on our fleet right now, as well as several from 1991. So you can kind of see that we're needing to update our activity bus fleet within our current system of everything that we are working with. So we have a vast majority of what in the transportation department we have to work with. With that being said, I'm presenting to you tonight not only our current DPI results, but as well as a history over the past 3 years, actually 4 if you take out the COVID year, of what our numbers are. Typically, DPI only looks at 10% of your buses, so 260, that's where we get our 26 buses are inspected. Activity buses are a little bit different. Best way to put it, lowest score wins. It's like golf. So the closer to 0 that you get, the better the score, okay? And so they go through, we lose points for anything from lights being out, the reflectors up at the top where it says school bus not meeting certain codes, fluids, they check the top, middle, inside, seats, everything on the bus. The consultant goes through and looks at it. As you can see this year, we received an inspection score of 28.23 and an activity bus score of 23.75, which is pretty consistent with what we've been doing over the years. I would like to say, though, we had a dramatic drop in our infractions and our issues with activity buses, especially with the age of that fleet that are going through. Our guys and women do a great job of ensuring that those students that ride on those buses, as well as the yellow buses, are staying safe. As you can also see with the 3-year trend, we are doing way better than the rest of the state. We are doing a phenomenal job with the size of our county and what we are dealing with staff, as well as this geographic size, 2 hurricanes, and everything else that we are dealing with. We are doing a phenomenal job within the state. This is on a consistent basis that the men and women of the transportation department ensure the safety of our kids, because if we don't do our job, nobody else can get theirs done as far as the rest of the day, because the kids have to get to school. And in this year especially, I want to brag, because that 28.23, we were doing meals, Wi-Fi, implementation of GPS. So we had a lot of projects within this COVID timeframe that we implemented, and we're going to continue to phase in other aspects of those projects. And to have a score like that is very phenomenal. But we don't want to rest on our laurels here, Public Schools of Robertson County. We want to take these good scores and we want to move them to great scores. We have an idea where we want to be in the high teens. That is our goal, and I'll explain why that number is so important here in a little bit. However, we had 4 major recommendations that came through DPI. This is a reduction in previous years of the amount of recommendations that came from the DPI reports during our inspections. The first one is that this report not only deals with incidences or anything that needs to be corrected on buses just by the mechanics, bus drivers also play a vital role in this. So bus drivers must continuously call in. Best way to put this is if a bus driver sees an issue with the bus, calls it in on that day, we have it on the books, it doesn't count against us. If that's not called in and it's not on our official records of dealing with the bus inspections, because when bus drivers are doing their 10-minute inspections during the day, that's when those matters are supposed to be called into the bus garage. If we do that and it's on the books, it's off. So bus drivers play an integral role in reporting to us what those deficiencies are, or if there's any repairs need to be made to that bus. So bus drivers, it's imperative that school bus coordinators as well as bus drivers make sure that they have that clear line of communication. Now, that's an unfortunate thing that sometimes gets broken down at various times, but I want you to understand that bus drivers also play a role, and that unfortunately sometimes something as simple as tying a trash bag to a handrail can park a bus, and if that mechanic didn't rip it off or get to there in time, that mechanic gets dinged on it. So I want to make sure everybody has an understanding of it takes a team, it takes a village to get a score of where we're at with the 28 and consistently in the mid-20s. We must ensure that our mechanics are maintaining relevancy with their certifications, going through adequate training. It has been difficult with the NCPTA conference, as well as we had to this year shift to a lot of virtual training. Once we open up a little bit more and other vendors can come in, there are trainings that those bus providers, as well as other services, can come and provide us, but we must continue to do that. We must continue to constantly take our manual and our bus fleet manual and our monthly inspections and utilize those by making sure that everybody has their full inspections in order to maintain the fleet size that we have, as well as to keep the score that we are to ensure the safety of the travels of students to and from the schools of from the public schools of Robeson County. We had one that was an internal in the office because they also go through our BSIP, that's our inventory system, and how we deal with cost clerks and time. So there was a little bit of an accountability issue. I take full ownership for that one. It was a COVID issue that we kind of got lost in these coming months of where we were at the transition from this time of the year to the summer. We have rectified that issue. We trying to shift around some duties and some responsibilities, and as well as deal with a personnel change within that. So that one has completely been rectified. So the first three are just constantly ongoing that we must keep in the back of our heads, because I can tell you this. If you remember, it was a 28, correct? That put us third unofficially. Now, my DPI consultant's probably going to send me a nasty email here in a few. That put us third in our region and within the top 10 of the state. Hopefully by the 24th, when the DPI representative comes down to do our inventory audit, I will be able to give you a final number. But based on what we're seeing here, we will either be within the top 10 or just outside of the top 10. We have set an unofficial goal for us. Well, it's not unofficial, it's really official, to hit a 17 and hit in the teens. If we hit in the teens, I can pretty much guarantee you we are in the top 10 every year consistently then within the state. So I just wanted to give you an overview and give you an understanding of the hard work that the men and women of the transportation department have been going through this whole entire time frame, as well as to give you an understanding a little bit deeper of what we have to deal with as far as DPI reporting and our inspections.
Good job.
Dr. Manuel?
Dr. Guzman, I'm just curious, the buses they took out of service, is that for one area? Does that represent multiple schools or?
Those are the buses that basically 50 Points parks a bus.
Did they come from one school,
No,
one
ma'am, those are
area?
throughout the whole entire
But
district.
one area, one school wasn't hit more than another school?
Yes, unfortunately, there are areas that were hit more so than others, but those were the ones that were the more egregious of it.
Are you
Because,
comfortable elaborating on that?
well, ma'am, what happens is that anywhere from a bus being parked, you have to have 50 up points. So that could be anywhere from an unfortunate thing of a light being out that was not called in first thing in the morning, a seat being loose at the inopportune time. Others could be accumulation of a fluid leak or a lack of an air chamber going through. Not to say that it's a drastic long-term, but it could just be an immediate defect that was seen during that time frame and an accumulation of those points.
I guess what I'm asking, the schools affected, were there one school, two schools, all of these at one school, all these
There were
buses?
two major districts, and I say districts
Okay.
because you got to remember, ma'am, and I'm sorry if I didn't clarify, we go to a certain area and that mechanic, 10% of their buses that are assigned to them go through there. Now, I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, but like, let's say the St. Paul's area or Red Springs, Fairmont, those areas that are grouped together that would include an elementary, a middle, and a high school, we may unfortunately only pick, we don't, the DPI and the random inspection may only pick one bus at a middle school and then select 4 at a high school or 3 at elementary. We don't really get to choose on those, but then at the end of the year, when the mechanics are evaluated, they are given their sections. But yes, ma'am, unfortunately, there are some issues that we have in certain districts, but during that time frame when we do these inspections, if there are any bus errors that are found that are to park a bus, the bus coordinator and I have an immediate conversation, and those are fixed. It's not like those are lingering. Those are immediately fixed, and those buses can't be put back in service. And so it's one of those things that to have those 5, I know that may seem a scary type of thing, but something as simple as tying a trash bag to a handrail parks a bus. Anything obscuring the side view of a mirror parks a bus. So there are some things that are small that the mechanic may or may not have been able to get to, that it's a matter of just dealing with that, or some of them it might be an air pressure issue that we deal with during that time frame that we were unaware of while the bus was operating. But to have 5 within that part and what we're dealing with, yes, But ma'am, to be honest with you also, that's where I utilize this information at the end of the year with the evaluations with the areas, and we have made changes. We have moved mechanics. If you go back to the first one, and I didn't want to get too deep into it, you have 7 row mechanics and they're paired with somebody in the shop. They're a team. So no different than in a classroom with a teacher and a TA. You have to get that team working right. And sometimes you got to shake up teams and move teams around in order to get the best fit for the organization. What might be good for that route might not be good for what we need with those mechanics. And so we take this information and make sure that we're utilizing people in the best position.
Thank you.
Mr. Henry?
What is the expectancy lifespan of a bus? Do we target replacing so many buses within a certain period of time?
There's a certain limitation. You have to meet a mileage requirement as a year requirement. And our problem usually is that sometimes we don't meet the mileage requirement. I can tell you right now, because of COVID, we're going to have trouble within the next 2 years replacing buses because you have to meet both. It can't just be a year, you have to have miles. Now, what we do is that why when somebody wants a newer bus, sometimes an older bus gets moved to an older route. Now that we have Synovian, I thank you for the GPS, because then we can look at those miles that are true miles that we are getting, live data, and be able to move our fleet in December and in January, reassign buses so that we can accumulate miles. Now, as hard as this summer is going to be on us with the mandate of summer school, that's going to allow us to recoup some of those lost miles. We're about 6,000 to 7,000 miles lost from just this semester. I'm not counting the fall, because remember, we didn't run anything during the fall and we ran minimal with what we were doing with food services. So we have to meet those. If we don't meet both requirements, that bus does not get replaced. So we have to meet the year requirement as well as the mileage. And so that's why sometimes an older bus will get moved so that it can gain the mileage that they need. We've already instructed principals this year. Unfortunately, under COVID and with the numbers that are coming back, we've had to park some buses, but we've informed principals and tried to make sure that those older buses that need the miles that are close in the age group, get the miles they need so that we can go through. I will tell you, on average, we go anywhere from 12 to 16 buses a year that might get replaced. This year alone, we're going to get 14 buses, 13 regular buses, and 1 EC bus with a wheelchair lift. It's the next 2 years is where we're going to have issues based on those mileages.
Mr. Gentry?
How has COVID affected your parts inventory? Or has it?
Actually, I am probably one of the only departments within the system that has, and this is going to come out harsh, and I don't mean it this way, and please don't take it. We have benefited from COVID in the span of normally, and please, Miss Erica will kind of attest to this. This is the first time we have not gone over budget in fuel in ever. You see, sometimes usually by this time of the year, we are way in debt in our fuel cost. And so that has allowed us to be able to keep parts repairs down. That's also the reason why we were able to purchase other equipment to enhance the safety and the upkeep of the buses, because of the cost savings that we've been able to incur by having minimal buses. Now, parts, that's usually not the problem. Our high end is usually fuel cost as well as oil and tires. And so that's usually where our high end costs were from the data analysis from the budget that we've done over the years. That's where that comes from.
Smith?
Guzman, but through and through, as far as mechanical wise, the rear end, everything through and through on the buses, the buses are pretty sound.
Oh, our buses are great. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to, it's always, if you're not dealing with this every day, some of the numbers and some of the vernacular can throw off.
What about the activity bus?
The activity bus, to be quite honest with you, we have some aging activity buses that need to be removed. We have talked about it. Hopefully I'm not stealing anybody's thunder or what we've discussed with Cabinet as well as with Dr. Williamson, some ways in which we can improve that fleet and work on either getting rid of the 88s and the 91s that are there to be able to provide stronger services to the district as a whole as it pertains to the activity bus.
How was the paint holding up on the buses?
Some are good, some are bad, to be honest with you. That goes back to the need for the body tech to be able to go through. If for whatever reason, if we were able to go back, we would be able to do more things in-house. But unfortunately, sometimes also farming that out, you get hit or miss. You've got some, it all depends on the quality of the paint. And then also some people then, of course, want to wrap or put other decals. And so some companies are better than others, and we're working with that to make sure that especially our activity bus fleet is attractive as well as well taken care of. Because that first physical appearance of what you see, that's kind of the feeling that you get. And so if the perception is your reality, if that perception is the outside of the bus is not taken care of, then the reality is you feel that reality is that bus is not taken care of when that's not. So you can actually see that in our activity bus scores that have gone down.
And this is where I come in at. You can wrap a bus, and a bus will last 10 years easy compared to painting these buses. I'm telling you firsthand, you're wasting time on painting buses and money. You're better off to wrap these buses. They last 10 years. You might pay $1,500, $2,000 more for something that lasts 10 years instead of a bus that's being painted and lasts 2 years, if even that. So just wanted to throw that out there. So if we get that far along, we really need to look at wrapping these buses instead of spending money on painting. Because I'm telling you, just, not unless if you want to spend $10,000 and go through the bus, and tell me, that's something we need to look at.
Dr. Guzman, one question and a comment. When buses are taken off because of inspection, without COVID, if COVID's not here, we have enough buses, we can get a replacement bus out. That's not a problem.
The 258 is what's running during that time frame. We have our spare fleet and everything else to go through. So don't think that we don't have the amount of buses that we need to be able to operate.
Okay.
I say that to also be saying, as we know, there might, the concerns of bus driver shortages and everything else going on. Other counties are looking at a bus ridership of 20 to 30% increase. Now, you may hear that, but that's because people are electing to either leave remote to come back. We've fully planned for that. And so we have some numbers that we'll be able to go through. But as far as our bus fleet, the 258 is what typically operates during the day. We have enough for spare buses to replace within, because it's not just a spare bus. Spare buses are available to anywhere in the district that we're able to take those assets and reassess and move them where they need to be. So by the 258, if it's taken out, no. As you drive by our Kendrick, you can see spare buses out there, as well as, please don't look at the left, those are the buses that have been in accidents. But you can see we still have plenty of buses that are on our lot to be able to run out for spares.
And just as a comment, whenever we get to the point of buying the activity buses, I think the last time we bought a major number of activity buses, and this just information, they went to the high schools because of travel and especially athletics. They looked at putting newer buses at high schools and moving buses out that needed to go off the road, and then moving high school buses that were still in pretty good shape, moving them down. I mean, that's not the way it's got to be done. That's just something that has been looked at in the past. Dr. Williamson and Mr. Mike.
I just going, I know varying from what he's up there for, but I called Dr. Guzman yesterday because
I was waiting on this
gas situation. I just wanted to update the board about the gas situation with this cyberware that's going on. So if you just.
Actually, about a minute before I stepped up, I sent an update to Dr. Williamson and Ms. Brooks Floyd. Our gas situation, as far as our bus fleet, as well as our maintenance vehicles and everything else, is fine. We have been monitoring this situation ever since Sunday. I get regularly updates from Go Energies, which is our fueling company. We have received our diesel for this week, and we will be receiving our gas. So we will be fine. The updates even on there with Go Energies is that the Greensboro hub is manually operating. They're not using any electronics, but they are still manually operating. So fuel is flowing from the Greensboro hub coming this way. What I would encourage the public, and if I may, I know we have anxiety and we've gone through COVID and we have some fears, but let's keep in mind that we don't need to panic.
That's right.
And that if we take this slow, the plant is supposed to be on Friday operating to the fullest extent. There's an update that I sent Dr. Williamson that they are constantly checking the piping lines, making sure they're free from any defect or anything like that so that they are moving fuel as quickly as possible. That if we don't go, prime example is today in the state of North Carolina, we increased our consumption of gasoline by 40.1%. Down south, our neighbors down south in South Carolina, 2% of their gas stations are shut down, with 20% being in Horry County. We all know there's an event going on in Horry County right now, so you can kind of understand where that 20% is. We can't move forward if there's no fuel. So going and taking your gallons and gallons and jugs out there to fuel up for your car is not helping the situation because you're taking away the supply and increasing the demand. Therefore, cost goes up. So if we would continue for the next couple of days to gas up like what we would normally would, this will help dissipate itself. Now, we will be feeling some effects of this for 10 to 14 days, but it would help to not create a worse situation with a finite amount of resources so that we don't have to pull in reserves. Because we are in a state of emergency declared by the governor. And so if we can't get the fuel here and we can't get the fuel disseminated, then yes, everything grinds to a halt, so.
Can I have some gas out of your car?
I drive a Prius, so yes, ma'am, you can, I'm sure we can siphon some out for you. I drive a Prius, so.
Ms. Brenda, do you have a question?
Yes, Dr. Guzman, I do know that normally when the DPI bus inspection are done, they also consider the mechanic shop itself. Was that included in this report also?
Yes, ma'am. That's where the recommendation, if you notice from the BSEP part, now they did not do as much as in depth as far as some of the paperwork, but we've never had paperwork issues. Those were one of those things that they come in, there's certain things that he even spots checks that are within the larger report that go into more detail to show you what he goes through. It's not just the mechanics. It's how effectively are we keeping our inventory up? What does our parts room look like? What is the stock that we have? Are we buying an exorbitant amount of parts? Are we being inefficient with our buying? Those type of things are also in there. So yes, ma'am, it's a combination. While people mainly focus on the mechanic side, there's also that business and the efficiency side that we also get pulled into.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may follow up.
Yes.
I wanted the new board members to hear that because I was aware that's normally part of that report. That's all. Thank you.
Dr. Williamson, yeah.
Yes, let me ask, Mr. Freeman, in our ESSA 2-3 application, is activity buses and eligible expenditure, and how many did we write in?
Yes, sir, it is an eligible expense, and we have written in a total of 15 buses for the upcoming year. And that is pending approval, and we're waiting for that pending approval as we speak.
Say that a little louder, Ms. Freeman.
15.
It is 15.
15?
Yes, we have written 15 buses into the ESSER plan, and we are waiting approval as we speak.
Great.
How many of those activity buses are?
For all those activity buses? All those are activity
The
buses.
state, to clarify also, the state will always take care of yellow buses. Activity buses are actually ours and are locally owned. So whenever a yellow bus reaches its age, we will deal with the state on that part and they'll replace that. Now, an activity bus, it is a local cost, and so that is on our own to go ahead and to deal with that. So, to kind of keep that in perspective.
That affects the auction.
Good information. Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Guzman.
Thank you, Dr. Guzman.
Hey, Mr. Bobby and Ms. Stephanie.
Good report.
Chairman Lowry, Superintendent Williamson, board members. On April the 30th, Governor Cooper signed into effect Executive Order 209. And part of this executive order addressed face masks at schools. The executive order keeps in place the wearing of masks indoor at all times by all individuals. But this executive order does relieve us of requiring masks on the outside. So while children are at recess, while some of our teachers decide to teach our classes or teach their classes outside, or if the PE teacher takes the kids outside, the executive order says a mask is no longer required. So part of our reentry plan stated that kids would wear masks, or all individuals would wear masks at all times, whether inside or outside. So based upon the executive order 209 and that the Safe Schools Toolkit was updated on May 5th, we are planning to update our reentry plan so that when students are outside, they do not have to wear their mask. But we are going to keep all of the other safety protocols in place. We are going to continue with physical distancing. We are going to continue with symptom screening. Our signage is in place. And again, the ultimate thing is we want our kids to be safe when they come to school. And we feel like these things are keeping our kids safe. But we also know we want kids to get outside and be able to take these masks off when they get outside.
Any questions? Okay. Stephanie? That's it? Good?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted Ms. Stephanie to talk. Finance Committee meeting update, Mr. Smith, Ms. Setzer.
I would prefer everything, Ms. Erica. We met last Tuesday. We went over the budget, but we had to have the budget to the county commissioners by May the 15th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We talked about the SROs and we talked about the enrollment of schools with less than 500. We really didn't get a whole lot of details, just mostly information, but the main thing on the planning budget is a request that we always ask the county commissioners for, so if you get a chance to look at that as Erica goes through the presentation, maybe something you might want to add to that list. It's on page 13, but I'll turn it over to Erica now.
Good evening, Chairman Lowry, Superintendent Dr. Williamson, and board members. As Mr. Smith indicated, the Finance Committee met on May the 4th, and our agenda for that meeting was to discuss the 21-22 planning budget. We also went over, and you should find all this information in your packet. For information, we're presenting tonight updates on SRO payments. We were asked to provide that and show what we paid. I've showed what we have paid for SROs to all of the municipalities from the 17-18 school year through current school year. We currently have 23 SROs, and Ms. Karen provided the breakdown of where all of those officers are located. Part of that information, there's a list in there of 13 locations that only have an SRO as a contact, on an as-needed basis. They don't regularly report to those schools. That, again, is just for information only. We also were asked to provide a list of schools that have an enrollment less than 500 students. And that list is provided. There are currently 17 schools for early colleges. One of them, an early college, was not designed to be a school with a higher enrollment than 500, and that is also information in the packet. And so we can, we do have the planning budget on as an action item, but I'll go ahead and go over the presentation I gave at the Finance Committee meeting. So since the recession back in 08-09 school year, we haven't got much of planning allotment. If you go to the table of contents for that particular document, on page 1, you'll see information we received from DPI that shows our planning allocations as recently compared to the current year we're in. That process, right now, the governor has submitted his version of the budget. We're waiting on the House and Senate to present their budget before we have a final budget. I will update all of this in detail as part of our operating budget document. We don't have any projections yet on salaries or increases in hospitalization or retirement. All of those will be forthcoming as we get the budget. And those are our biggest costs, our fixed costs. Over 90% of our budget goes to pay people. So that will be filled in once we have more information. I did want to present on that page, you'll see our ADM is again decreasing the projected amount that they'll base our allotments on for next year. has gone down from 21,307 in this year to 20,961 for next year. That's the projection for our district. Pages 2 through 8 show our planning budget for local funds. Not much change there. There is a projected decrease in Indian education that Dr. Connie will probably touch on a little later in her presentation. And again, that could be minimized once all of the grants are allotted. They may come back if there are some districts or other places who did not apply for grants, and they may reallocate some of those funds later in that year. Indirect costs is going up slightly. As Dr. Goodman was saying, transportation, child nutrition has also benefited in part from COVID because we have the waivers in place that allow flexibility for our meal program. So we have actually seen an increase in revenue because we've been in kind of a summer feeding mode all year long. So by default, we expect those indirect costs that come back to the district to be higher for next year. We don't have any federal planning yet. Those will come as we get into the next school year. On page 9, we start capital outlay. So page 9, 10, and 11. What we prepared at the Finance Committee for our capital projects. You'll see an increase in the fund balance there. Mailing to cover increased costs in roof replacement. We added a lot to our budget this year when we had those specific conversations about those various projects that Mr. Ernie projected. So we were at about $900,000 so far, and some of that will carry over into the next school year. We also included increase for Red Springs High, and we're still waiting on those bids to come back. That number may change as we move forward in the year to finish out that project as we stated in detail. And as Mr. Smith indicated, page 13 is the request that we will send to county commissioners. And this is additional funds that we ask on top of our regular county appropriations. And they're listed 1 through 6, and these changes were made from the Finance Committee that I've updated here. The top 3 items, as you see, the 1% teacher supplement that we have continued to receive every year. We received $930,000, and we're asking for $985,800 to keep up with the increased teacher salaries. So that costs for us to maintain that 1%. Goes up every year because the salaries increase and the retirement match increases. Number 2 is a gap in the state funding to pay custodians. There's a detailed breakdown on page 14 of why that exists. If you go back to our 9-10 school year, we were getting $8.4 million in our 03 allotment. In this school year we're in, we got $5.8 million. So that has not been funded at 100% since the recession. And it continues to be an area that we have to supplement with additional funds. We do ABC transfers from other state funds. You'll see that in a lot of my budget amendments. So that's to help cover that gap. And then school safety equipment upgrades and training rounds out the top 3 for the immediate needs. We have consistently asked to place an SRO at each school, and I've put an approximate cost there for that. We also have the additional 4% request for teacher supplements, which would bring that total to 10%. We would not be able to fund that without those dollars. And then when we applied for the need-based grant, the $15 million grant, we started where DPI will withhold our lottery funds. So we'll no longer get the $1.5 million each year that we would receive from lottery, and we're asking for the commissioners to consider replacing that revenue loss. So you'll see those are ranked in priority order. And as Mr. Smith said, if anybody would like to add anything, we have till the 15th to submit this. This document will be included in what we send to our request to the county manager and county commission.
Dr. Manuel.
Point of clarification, on page 10,
Yes, ma'am.
where you got paving and fencing,
Yes, ma'am.
I guess Rex Reynolds is included in that $550,000?
Rex surrendered will be when I do the budget amendment in this current year we're in. We're gonna start Rex this year. I'm gonna submit that at our next board meeting.
Well, I knew I didn't see its name, and I saw some other schools down there, and I've become very concerned.
Yeah, I don't ever list the paving and fencing by school.
Well, okay,
But
then,
it will.
that makes me feel better, okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Gentry?
My calculation is correct. The loss in, average daily membership is 346. How many teachers?
Well, it's hard to say because it depends on where those teachers would be located. So we'd have to look and see which schools, once we get our, best ones to the next year, they'll look at the second month ADM and then we can determine. Because of the change in the class size requirement, it could mean more teachers at the elementary level because they have smaller class sizes. But it could be less teachers at a middle or high school because they don't have caps on their class size.
Yeah. Any other questions? Mr. John?
Senator, I know, I think it was like 2 years ago, there was a grant for the elementary schools to put an SRO in there. Whatever came of that, I know that Lumberton applied for it in the county, I think it was.
We received that grant and we used it during the year that we had the grant, but that grant ended last week.
Okay.
Anyone else? Mr. Henry?
The money for Red Springs High Complex, was $1 million. Is that just for,
No,
first
that's
phase?
changed. We talked about it at the finance meeting, that they got a new bid out because we were piecemealing it and already the cost has gone up 10 to 15%. So I talked to the superintendent and we decided to rebid the whole process and when the actual numbers, I think the bid comes in the 25th, I think, or somewhere, or 26th, but that number changed, as Erica said.
That's what I was mentioning earlier, Mr. Brewer.
Okay.
That's the placeholder right now until the bids are in and we can see what that looks like. So that will change.
Okay. Ms. Erica covered the part of the planning budget, which is in the, action items. Can we have a motion now at this time with that?
Make a motion.
Set aside policy, Mr. Chairman.
It's in the action item. It's on the second page.
Second.
A motion by Ms. Brenda, second by Mr. Vontae. All those in favor of accepting the planning budget, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Indian Education, Title VI grant, Dr. Connie Locklear.
Chairman Lowry, Superintendent Williamson, and fellow board members. Before I begin this presentation, I'd like for us to take a moment of silence. I don't know if any of you know, but Mr. Ernie Locklear, one of our teachers that worked in this county, spent about 50 years of service to the public schools of Robinson County, passed away today, as well as Miss Emily Locklear, who was a counselor and a teacher in our county. So in Indian community, it's very important to pay homage to those individuals that have dedicated their life work to this district and to the community. So if you don't mind, I'd like to take a moment of silence in their honor. Thank you. The public schools of Robinson County has one of the largest Indian education grants in the nation. I'm not aware of that. But when we share our information at many events, they're surprised that we have this many students in our county that are served with our Indian education grant. We have 50.1% of this population, student population, is American Indian. The goals of our grant are to increase knowledge of culture, identity, and awareness, to enhance problem-solving and cognitive skills, and directly support state standards, increase school attendance rate, decrease the dropout rate, and increase graduation rate, increase career readiness, and to increase support for at-risk students. The attendance rate is so important because if kids are not in school, they can't learn, and that is a predictor of student success. We had our travel consultation meeting, which is a required component by this grant and by ESSA for all federal grants that this district receives, on April the 30th with the tribe. And as you see in your packet, I have developed this information for you. our grant for, we do have an increase in personnel of 15,000, and that will go towards our increased insurance and other things. We always want to make sure that we support that. And then when we look at our travel, last year's budget was 80,000. We had a decrease of that of 25,000. We're hoping that additional funds will be available, as Ms. Erica said, and that has happened in the past. Sometimes other grantees fail to fulfill their obligations as it relates to part 2 of the grant. And if they don't fulfill those obligations, it is required that all of those funds be redistributed out to other entities. So sometimes in the past, we have received additional funds. We hope that will be the case this year. The supply, last year's budget was $70,000. This year it has been decreased by 20. And so this year's budget is 50. The contractual was last year was 93. It's been decreased by 13, which takes us down to 80. Our total budget for this year's budget for the Title VI Indian Education Grant is $2,140,690. Last year's budget was $2,183,974. So we have a decrease in funding of 43,000, although our numbers went up by 58. When the 2 hurricanes hit, our numbers started decreasing. And we have seen that not only in our numbers, but you are aware that within the school system, our numbers have decreased. But our numbers went up by 58, but we had a decrease of funds. I am seeking tonight approval for the Title VI grant. They actually sent me an email today asking me if I was going to apply for this grant, and I had to send them an email back to say yes, because if you are 1 day late with this grant or 1 minute, you cannot be funded. The grant is due on Friday, and I am seeking board approval tonight so that I can hit the submit button.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion that we approve the grant.
Second. Have a motion by Dr. Emmanuel, second by Mr. Brewer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, and thank you all for your support of Indian education. I also want to share with you that our YDS and our staff are working diligently to support the district's initiative as it relates to teaching and learning. Thank you.
Dr. Connie, hold on just a minute. You received a grant. I think I wrote down 688,000 a few months back. Any idea when that work will start?
Yes, sir. I received an email recently from Mr. Dan Baker from GPI. Many of you are aware that we wrote the grant for the building for the Old Pembroke High School to be restored. It was $688,098. They are behind with COVID and some additional red tape, but the email that he sent me in April, I think it was April 23rd, 27th, somewhere around there, said that they're hoping to start releasing those funds in the summer. So we're looking for June, July for them to start releasing the funds, and that building will be restored. So we're happy to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's good.
As Judge Gary is coming up about the one-room schoolhouse, let me make a comment that I was going to do later on. I know Dr. Connie mentioned those folks passing away. Also, Mr. Charles Alden Maynor, he passed away this weekend, and Mr. Maynor was a former teacher. He was a principal many years ago, and he was a board member. Many of you know him from, he's the owner of Southern Interiors in Pembroke, but he had a lot involved with education. So we'll just keep that in mind. And like I said, I meant to mention that earlier too. Gary Locklear is here to present some information and I think a request about the one-room schoolhouse that's located at our old central office. So at this time, Judge.
Thank you, Craig. Craig and I go way back. I call him Craig, I'm sorry. Folks, thank you for hearing me. I'll be brief, and thank you for what you do for the children here in our county. We've got 2 grandkids in the system. I'm a product of the system. I speak tonight on behalf of 32 Native American lawyers and judges, most of whom are products of this county, the county school system. So I'm proud to say that I'm a graduate, and I'm sure they are too. They made it through law school. At any rate, you're well aware of the one-room school building that sits on your property that you no longer occupy, of course, on Caton Road. That building was about 100 years, it dates back to 1900. That'd make it 120 some years old now. It was moved there in 1971. There was an open house in October of 71. It was renovated. It was being used as a farm building, a storage building, on the John Pat Bowie farm near Red Springs. He donated the building. The Robeson County chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution raised about $2,500 in 1969. You could buy a car. You could buy a nice car for $2,500 then, if you recall. Anyway, they raised that money, moved the building, and put on a new roof, and things came together in terms of whatever is in it. I've been out there 3 or 4 times. I've yet to look in. Based upon the archives of the Robesonian, there were desks and things, period items, if you will. I saw lots of pictures where school kids were there dressed in period clothing, things like that. At any rate, and then came Hurricane Matthew. That's 5 years ago. In 2016, I believe it was, I read where the river, which is obviously just behind that location, was 11 feet above flood stage. That's why the building was damaged. That's why your previous offices, were damaged, and that's why you're not there. At any rate, the Native American, and I'm the unofficial spokesman. I elected myself to this position because nobody else stepped up, but that's okay. I may have bitten off more than I can chew, especially when it comes to what I'm about to tell you in terms of the cost of moving the building. I did give you a handout. There's a picture of the building. There's a letter from the Hopi tribe that says if what I speak to you tonight about happens, they'll gladly accept the building and be responsible for it, put it at their what's now known as the Lumbee Cultural Center, previously known as the North Carolina Indian Cultural Center. At any rate, we propose, that is the Native American members of the Robeson County Bar, lawyers and judges, there are 32 of them, 32. We're going to raise the money to move the building. I was thinking it's going to cost about $5,000, and first estimate came in at $8,500. He says because it's all extra costs, stuff like that. But at any rate, if you choose to do so, the tribe there's a letter inside the packet that says the tribe will accept the building, they'll maintain it on their property, and we will pay the cost of moving it. Based upon what I've heard tonight, I don't think y'all got $8,500 just sitting around to pay a mover to move the building. If you did, you probably would have done that long ago. I'd like to see it preserved. You'd like to see it preserved. If you've got a better plan, then I'm certainly for your plan. But until then, we'll raise that money if you approve this plan. Questions? Let me read what I wrote at the end of my little report. That'd be the result if you approve this. One-room schoolhouse would be relocated, renovated, saved for future generations. It'd be a win for the public schools. It'd be a win for the Lumbee tribe. It'd be a win for the Native American members of the Robeson County Bar. It'd be a win for Robeson County. That's it.
Okay.
Mr. Lowry.
Any questions?
Any questions you might have?
Mr. Gentry, then Dr. Emanuel. What?
Oh, yes, one thing, I'm sorry. Richard Monroe. Everybody knows Richard Monroe. I think he came before you a year ago, whenever. I've spoken with Richard. We're on the same team now. He came representing the Robeson Historical Society. I told him what my plan was. He says, Gary, go for it. He's 100% behind saving the building regardless of where it's placed.
Okay. Mr. Gentry.
What are the necessary release transfer documents to make this happen?
Well, it is a building. You would be giving it to the Lumbee tribe. And so I would expect, rather than it just happening, that there would be some documents that your attorney might want to draft. This is a 2 or 3 step process too. I mean, we've got to raise the money. If you pass it tonight and we don't raise the money, then I've wasted your time. And it won't get moved on our account. So there's a 2 or 3 step process that I think Mr. Hunt might want to include in any agreement that we would sign, that the tribe might sign, that you would sign on. But the bottom line is, if you release the building, if you say you're going to release it, we will raise the money The tribe has already said they will take it.
Dr. Manuel?
Mr. Gary, I think it's a shame to let the building sit there and just rot, because so many students have gone through that building, and we used to have classes there. Teachers would come and have a class on Indian history or any kind of history, you know, dealing back at that time. I would ask you, are you going to do a history, some kind of plaque with the history or reading of the history of the, if you would include the public schools in your history, just like you read there a while ago, something stating that?
Haven't gotten that far, but absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. And by the way, this school, the archives from the Robinsonia says this school was known as, it was an Indian schoolroom, schoolhouse. It was known as the Biddies, B-I-D-D-I-E. And I've yet to figure where the name is.
I don't know.
Ms. Brenda?
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Williamson, Attorney Hunt.
Can't hear you.
I'm getting ready to ask a question. I'm just doing protocol right now. FEMA should not be able to hold us against releasing this building, correct?
You know, that question came up about some other properties, but we're not asking FEMA to replace that property, repair that property, or anything like that. So I would say no, because we're not asking FEMA for funding for that building.
Mr. Chairman, with that being said, I make the motion that we go ahead and approve it tonight.
Second.
Chairman,
I got a couple of questions. Mike?
Okay.
First of all, I think protocol, Grady, we got to declare it surplus, don't we?
We would have to.
That's the first thing we got to do is declare it surplus, and they have to offer it to the county commissioners, and they'd have to give it back to us. Then we can.
Well, it's not real property as such, so we'd have to offer real property.
Right.
This, I mean, it's a building without land.
Yeah.
So in a way, I would, Judge, you can help me out here. It's almost personal property in a way.
In a way.
If you just take the building itself, because we're not conveying real property. We're not conveying dirt.
Know the statutes about.
Yeah,
property, I can't remember them even though.
I'll look at.
I support it. I just want to make sure.
I mean, and we'll go through that process.
Even so, it's just another motion and a vote, assuming it were to pass. I don't know that would necessarily, and there's no real rush. And it's not like you got to do it right now. We're a long ways from $8,500. Got about $2,500.
I think you'll get it.
Pledge.
Mr. Dwayne?
And I'm for it, but I'd just like to share with, Judge Locklear, you said 32 are in.
32 Native American lawyers and judges.
And they're on board, pretty much.
Most of them.
Most of them are on board.
Gonna get the money.
Yes, they just won't all give.
Gonna get the money.
Well, we know about a judge and attorney at 32 if y'all can't raise $8,500.
We got to get in the same room, and that's difficult to do. And
Mr. Randy?
I'm doing this, I'm sticking my neck out. We're going to raise the money, if I have to go beg, borrow, steal. I know some people got some money that are not lawyers or judges.
Randy?
I think I heard Mr. Grady say that he'd pay 2 shares, so. I don't know.
I promise you I'll do my share. I'm a proud product of the public.
That's right.
I got Grady's a commitment from about a year ago.
All right.
Thank y'all for your time.
Judge, hold on just a minute. Let me make this comment too. I had did a little writing, and I hope I got this right. I found the name John Biddy Locklear, and it was named after that Biddy school. It came from that name. And I had a date. I don't have it with me now, but I did run across that name, the name of the school. Yes, sir. Do we have a motion?
I made the motion second, and Adolph Dow talked about that in the only land in the studies.
Got a motion, Ms. Brenda, second from Mr. Henry, to accept Judge Gary's proposal. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Pay some money. That'll be done. Thank you again. Either PSRC, RCC Board Trustees appointment. There is a vacancy on the RCC Trust, on the trustees, and we received a letter of notification of that. I know Ms. Shirley Stockton is currently serving there, and at this time, I would ask that we have a nomination for that position.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to recommend Ms. Shirley Stockton again because in speaking to all the board trustees, she's been very good for the school.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Brenda, second by Mr. Monte. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Dr. Williamson, summer work schedule.
Mr. Chairman and members, last month you approved a 4-day work week for our summer school program. Tonight I'm asking that we combine our summer work schedule with that 4-day work week. That would be Monday through Thursday from 7:30 to 5 p.m., 30 minutes for lunch, starting on June the 7th and end on August the 2nd, 2021. I'm requesting approval of our modified summer work schedule.
Have a motion?
Make a motion.
Second. Motion, second, Mr. Smith. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Mr. Ernie Hammonds? Transport spill.
Chairman Lowry, Superintendent Wilson, members, we have before you hopefully a copy of the letter, reference to fuel spill number 90140. In the first sheet, you'll just notice a layout, A through E, that breaks down the history of this particular issue. Asking you to give consideration to. And we brought in Mr. Art. He is focused with a fuel spill with the transportation department. He used to work with Raleigh in that area. He is a licensed geologist with the state of South Carolina. Very, very smart individual when it comes to geology of our soil in this part of the world. And he's very thorough. He also helped us with a fuel spill at Magnolia. That's where I first had my meeting with him the first time. And he was very, very conscientious in reference to safety, future use of property. And if you'll just look all the way over to E, which is the last, which is actually his synopsis of the fuel spill. If you look at the last paragraph on that first page, he just shows you what the objective of all transport was from Mr. Regenthal, who was the environmental consultant for that company. What they're after is a no further action status from the North Carolina DEQ for that spill. And here we go. What they call it is by installing a deep restriction in the contaminated area. And then he tells you about this being a common practice. But if you'll read through the entire letter or his report, you come to page 3. I had Mr. Tim at the print shop to put what we wanted you to focus on out of this report in red. So if you see the red portion, that's the part that we want. And it actually takes out this last sentence right up above it. His main concern was that one unknown factor that we need to consider was the variable currently unknown in the condition of the soil and groundwater in the area between the building and the spill zone, which he calls that vapor intrusion. Over time, if there's fuel oil in the ground, it can actually vaporize and come up into the building if it's in high enough rates. So what he's recommending for us to do, of course, this is after Mr. Grady has looked over this and made sure everything is in order from a legal perspective, is to put a well there. So if you notice the second paragraph, he says, prior to agreeing to the deed restriction, Waccamaw Transport should install a groundwater monitoring well adjacent to the slab foundation of the cafeteria building. And he shows that picture on the last page, which is called the S-17. And his purpose there is to just simply determine if there is any risk in the future from our perspective. And that's the one thing I told you, he's very thorough. I mean, they were going after just getting a deed restriction, and that would be the end of it. But I brought him in after I saw how he handled the one for us at Magnolia, and he put safety up front. So he done the same thing here on this as well. So, and I think the company is in line with this as well. They understand if you vote on this tonight to go in this manner, and they will go and conduct this. After that, according to this, we'll have him to really see if everything should be from our perspective. Any questions?
Mr. Gentry?
Why is there such a time differential between the date that this occurred and today? I mean, this is 7 years ago.
What it boils down to is they have to monitor groundwater and the product, as they call it. And that's a long process. Now, that particular area has got slabs around it, so they just couldn't go there and abate a bunch of dirt. They had to be careful. And that's why you saw, if you read the total, they went in there with vacuum trucks and various methods trying to extract the product out. They could only get so much out. So, and again, that was on the Waccamaw's timeline. But I can give you another example. At transportation, we had a spill way back years ago. We're still paying for that. Be surprised how much money we've spent on that. Of course, you're right adjacent to a major pumping well for the water department for the Robeson County there. So that they're really watching that under a microscope. So that's right on the Black Creek aquifer. So
Mr. Brewer?
the state monitors these. They don't let nothing go by without proper paperwork and geologists. You have to involve geologists in this, so that's who works for them. These are up in Raleigh. That's who they are too. As a matter of fact, this guy in this report used to work at that same position.
Mr. Ernie, I read this thoroughly, and it looks like EPA's been involved also.
Yes, sir.
And they're saying the threshold limits we are way below that. So it's safe to take this recommended practice. With that report, I would like to offer a motion, Mr. Chair, that we accept the recommendations.
Mr. Chairman, I want to second that motion, but I also want to answer Mr.
Go ahead and ask.
Mr. Gentry. Also, under the Watershed Act, Robeson County, that's why they do random searches periodically, which is what Mr. Cameron was talking about. And once you study that out, you'll see how detailed they get into the studies of how these samples need to be taken periodically in order for us to have safe water and everything. So that's why I want to go ahead and second that motion.
Okay. I have a motion by Mr. Brewer, second by Ms. Furby. All those in favor to accept this, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
But Mr. Grady's looking at it.
Mr. Grady will take care of the legal part.
Yep.
Okay, policy update, Mr. Gentry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On May the 4th, Policy Committee and the cabinet members and a number of personnel attended virtually the discussion of the section 4,000 of the correlation table in policy. And before I get too deep in this, it'll be brief. I do want to thank everyone. I spent the rest of the night naming everybody, but I had just been extremely grateful and pleased with the cooperation that we've had throughout this whole process, and I know we've got some more. We've still got a ways to go. These were various policies that addressed different topics, from parental involvement to Title IX sexual harassment, staff and student relations, just a variety of different topics. And the focus was on revisions. Most of the policies did not require any action. There were a small number that required revisions, but they were simple and to the point, and really the only action that we had to address as a group was school guidance counselor as far as editing is concerned. And we simply took the word guidance out of that title. My understanding, I learned something. I didn't realize that this was the ongoing trend now based on what school counselors are expected to do in the umbrella of their responsibilities. So at this time, I would like to submit this to the board for approval. It does not require a second reading.
Dr. Emanuel?
Before he does that, and maybe the superintendent can chime in. I was not available to listen to the meeting that day, but I do have a concern about the tardies and it becoming the absence. And I've read in the student accounting manual tonight sitting here that can be done per the superintendent if he so wishes it. I'm just concerned about the consistency of that being done across, let's see, one high school, they may do it, another high school doesn't do it, and the fairness of it for at-risk children. You know, we're trying to keep children in school and not drive them out of school. And I know it's an annoyance, the tardiness, I know that's an annoyance. But also in the student accounting manual, if the principals read that clearly, a high school student can miss a class, not a whole day. They can be absent for a class or tardy for a class. And then an elementary is different. Elementary, if they're self-contained, they can be 50% and they can be tardy for the day or absent for the day. I guess my question is, this is something that has to be monitored because the lack of consistency in this kind of policy can actually be harmful to at-risk children. And I'm just saying, if this is going to be what the board votes, and I will vote for it, but I would encourage principals and the superintendent, if he would, to proceed with caution and have our principals to all be consistent on how they implement this policy, because it could backfire on our at-risk students.
And as I recall, that was the thrust in the area of these policies. We did talk about that at some length, being consistent and being thorough at the same time. And my interpretation of policies, it does speak to that, and it does make it more solid.
But the principal interpretation, administration at local schools, what I'm talking about.
Right.
Not the policy.
Right.
Dr. Williamson?
As we reviewed that policy, we determined to leave that language in, but not put that in practice. That's at the discretion of the superintendent. And I do not intend to penalize elementary kids who have dropped off, they can't drive. So we left the language in the policy, but it will not be our practice.
Thank you.
That's exactly what he.
Dwayne, do you have a question?
I agree with Dr. Emanuel on this right here, but at the high school level, it's pretty much consistency to where we have a trickle down effect, to where when you have a kid that comes in that's tardy, that's messes up the class and this, and pretty much what I'm talking about is I understand what we're going through with right now, but there's got to be some accountability with some of these kids. And what I'm talking about is you actually think that there's kids that actually think that they're going to pass right now, and they won't even go on they won't even go online and go to their classes. So, and I completely understand we have to tread lightly, and I understand that, but some accountability has got to start somewhere with some of these. And I guess that's where they've got to work together, the high school, elementary. I understand that they're different areas right there, but I agree with you to a certain point, but kids have to do their part too at a high school level.
Mr. Chair, can I speak on that?
Ask the question.
Our policy committee went into great detail on that exact topic you just mentioned, accountability. I brought it up. And along with our superintendent, we looked at the general statutes and we made a decision that it still stands. And we will hold everybody accountable. But the enforcement of it is actually what we got to start doing, I guess, a better, more precise, controlled and procedure. And our superintendent has taken the stance, allow me to say, that he would see that that's done efficiently, like by policy. So just making things short here, we went into great detail about that.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, Mr. Dwayne, Mr. Smith, we have a very good policy committee from our principals and everything, and they did a wonderful job. Like Mr. Brewer said, they went total detail, discussing everything you all are talking about, which is good. Good question. Thank you.
I'm not saying we did, but thank you.
But it's a good topic.
For goodness, I think.
It's like Dr. Emanuel said, and that's what I'm hearing from everybody. It's not the policy, it's the enforcement of the policy. And I get that. I really do. And I think we all do.
Hey, Ms. Gentry, you want to make your motion again?
About the policies.
I make a motion that the board accept and approve section 4,000 of the correlation table and policies.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Gentry, second by Mr. Brewer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Ms. Eric, I know you took care of the planning budget. Did anything on financial? Mr. Dwayne?
I did kind of speak to Ms. Erica a while ago, and she said no, so I make a motion to approve the financial report.
Second.
Have a motion by Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Randy. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Erica. Mr. Randy?
I move that the Board of Education for the Public Schools of Robinson County go into closed session for the purpose of discussing certified and classified personnel, North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A1 and 6, and to consult with the attorney retained by the board in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the Board of Education for the Public Schools of Robinson County, North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A1 and 3.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Randy, second by Mr. Smith. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We'll be going into closed session in 10 or 15 minutes. Have a motion to come out of closed session? Motion by Mr. Wayne, second by Mr. Brewer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Have a motion to approve, personnel, I think it would have been, as amended.
I make such motion.
Second.
Motion, a motion by Mr. Brewer, second, Ms. Brenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion to approve closed session minutes.
Make such motion.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Brewer, second by Mr. Vontae. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And I will make note that there is no public comments that would be listed because we didn't receive any public comments. Dr. Williamson?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Chairman and board members, I want to make a recommendation on our assistant superintendents. My recommendation would be that we renew the contract of Ms. Melissa Thompson. It'll be a 3-year contract to run with my contract. Mr. Bobby Locklear as an assistant superintendent, Ms. Jennifer Freeman as an assistant superintendent. And then want to make a recommendation for Mr. Bobby Locklear to be the assistant superintendent for auxiliary services.
Said Bobby Tracy, Robert.
Robert.
I mean, Robert, call him Bobby, Robert Locklear. Yes.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Have a motion, recommendation, motion by Ms. Brenda, second by Mr. Smith. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Okay, votes 9-2, so the motion, the recommendation, that motion carries.
Great, thank you.
Folks, I need to announce that the giveaway for the car is this Thursday, May the 13th at Lumberton Honda. That's from 4 to 5. That's this coming Thursday. And I think there was a notice said about that celebration, retired teachers, Teacher of the Year, and all those folks. That's actually next Thursday, if I'm not mistaken, May the 20th. I think the time was 5 o'clock, but that's next Thursday. Okay?
Motion that we recess this meeting, Mr. Chairman, to May the 25th, at 5 p.m.
5.
Second.
Okay, have a motion by Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Brewer, that we recess tonight until Tuesday, May 25th, and that meeting will begin at 5 o'clock. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion, anything else?
Let me ask, do we need to say what the meeting recess will be on the agenda?
No, this meeting's recessed, so we can.
Okay, have a motion to adjourn?
Make such motion.
No.
No, we have something.
Recess.
I'm sorry. A motion to recess?
You did.
Already done it.
Okay, I did. Thank you.
In other words, everybody can get up and leave.
Everybody can go.